Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a true tragedy that we ever have to name a road, a bridge, or other facilities such as this sports field after a fallen soldier. But may we all find solace today in deep pride in paying tribute to Sergeant Jeffrey Alexander Reed and his sacrifice.
We know that Jeff was an avid soccer fan and that he played soccer at both the club and high school levels. But we did not know that he had arranged for soccer balls, hundreds of soccer balls, to be sent from America to Iraq. That's dedication, my friend. That's caring.
These were seniors with so much potential and so much youthful energy. They had a lot of youthful energy, looking to head out of high school and take their next steps into the world. And while many from that group stepped off from high school to continue personal pursuits in search of some meaning for life, Jeffrey elected to serve his country, placing him in the ranks of those who had a desire to be in a position to help others. It's the phrase, a desire to help others, that I wish to take a moment to emphasize today. In his military service, Jeffrey's role was to make the world safer for all of us, and here locally to protect the people of this very community.
I remember my players, and Jeffrey's one that he was a coach's dream. I can't speak to his military service other than that he's a hero to me, but what I will tell you is Jeffrey the 9-year-old. And that's how I'll always remember Jeffrey, the little 9-year-old. And if you just remember watching him play soccer, think back, short, stocky, like a Sherman tank going down the field. The ball between his legs, nobody was going to take that ball away from him.
He did his job, and he did it proud. He led his men throughout the crowd. They called him Sir. They called him brave. True to the end, his life he gave.
Jeff wasn't afraid to respectfully stand up to his superiors, to fight what was right for him and his subordinate soldiers. He fought for those who served beneath him because he knew that just because a young soldier didn't shoot his rifle too well or didn't score that high on a physical fitness test, it didn't mean they were a bad soldier. All they needed was an opportunity to excel, and Jeff's leadership helped ensure all those he looked out for had that chance.
Well, we're just so grateful to Chesterfield for what they've done today in naming the field. It's such an honor for us, and we're so excited and so proud to be a Chesterfield resident, and so grateful for the county for everything they've done for us. This far exceeded any expectations. We heard they were going to name the field, and there was a plaque, and we thought we'd come here and there'd be a few people and we'd unveil it. And I had no idea that they were going to have so many speakers and so many wonderful things said about Jeff. It's an incredible honor. We're so proud of Chesterfield and so proud of Jeff, and so proud of having this field that people can come and learn his story and appreciate what he did.
humbly gathered here together to unveil a subtle but lasting tribute in the memory of a fallen soldier, a hero. It's unfortunate the realities that communities must gather and name things after soldiers, lost so young and in the prime of their lives.
And the one thing I can say about Mike is that he loved his family, he loved his friends, he loved his country. And if anybody is affiliated with the military, then you know that you always heard the saying that all gave some and some gave all. And Mike gave all to everything. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Now therefore, be it resolved that the Chesterfield County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens of Chesterfield County, Virginia, does hereby honor the service and sacrifice of Staff Sergeant Michael D. Moody Jr. by naming the access road on the grounds of Meadowbrook High School, Michael Moody Jr. Drive.
It's been a long time since I had tears of joy thinking about my son. This is a great day. And I'm gonna ride around this, every time I come over this way, I'm gonna ride, I gotta ride through that drive, Michael Moody Jr. Drive. I have to.
It means a lot to me. Like I said, they went here, they play sports here. And we live right down the street, and they were here all the time, and we just was right in this community, so a lot of his friends and everyone who sees this on TV will know, and they can just come and reflect.
I really do appreciate them deciding on putting his name on a road. That's one of the most rewarding things have ever been in this family, and I really do appreciate it.
But this right here was, I mean, no greater way for a community, for a high school alma mater to just thank him for his service and to our nation. So it's definitely a great day for the Moody family and also for the 269 Armored Panther Battalion.
Even when I think about him now and his face flashes through my mind, it's just his face with this big old smile, and nothing could beat that smile. And I could be feeling down and he would give me that huge smile of his. I could come to him with like boy problems, and you know, he would always give me positive advice and tell me how I was so much better than the things that I was going through. He was a wonderful person to talk to.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of all the members of U.S. Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps, thank you for coming and welcome to tonight's concert and annual Revolution. Before we begin, we'd like to recognize this evening's hosts, Colonel Jason Garkey, Commander, 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, and his regimental Command Sergeant Major, Scott Beeson. We'd also like to extend a special welcome to the Director of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Gary Cheek, and the Deputy Director of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Scott Barrier. We are also honored to have with us the Honorable James McPherson and Honorable Robert Wilkie, as well as the civilian aides to the Secretary of the Army, Karen Conlin from Virginia, and Sherwood Goldberg from Washington, D.C. A special welcome to Major General Michael Howard, Commanding General, U.S. Army Military District of Washington, and to retired Lieutenant General David Huntoon, former Old Guard Regimental Commander and Director of Army Staff, and to all our interagency partners, partner command teams, foreign allies, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you are here tonight. Since the beginning of the American story, the Army has defended our rights as American citizens and promoted American interests at home and abroad. Army musicians not only defend those rights, but carry out the unique responsibility of fostering the patriotism of the American public and maintaining America's support of her soldiers at home and in harm's way. On 23 February 1960, Military District of Washington General Order 18 created the Fife and Drum Corps with the mission to provide support to the Old Guard in training and ceremonies, and to entertain and inspire the public with sights and sounds of early American music. As the only unit of its kind in the Department of Defense, the Fife and Drum Corps is the standard bearer of the art form that is the soundtrack to the American story. Tonight we'll showcase our efforts to revolutionize how Army music reaches the American public. We take immense pride in our role as ambassadors of the U.S. Army to the American public, and as representatives of our soldiers and families across the nation and abroad. It is now my great pleasure to introduce the 11th Commander of the U.S. Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps, Chief Warrant Officer 4, Jeremiah Keeler. At this time, we ask that you rise as you are able for the presentation of colors and remain so standing for the United States National Anthem performed by the Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps Trumpet Ensemble. Please be seated. Parades have been a part of the social fabric of communities all over the world and are a tradition that predates our country of one of the staple performances for every Army band. As part of the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, the official escort to the President, the Fife and Drum Corps has participated in every inauguration parade since John F. Kennedy's in 1961. Last year, the Corps debuted new parade music as they escorted President Donald J. Trump from the Capitol to the White House. Another opportunity to represent the Army given at some point to all soldiers is ceremonies. And ladies and gentlemen, no one does it better with more honor, dignity, and respect than the Old Guard. Chosen to represent the nation at all White House ceremonies for visiting dignitaries and heads of state, the Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps has honored world leaders such as Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, Her Majesty the Queen of England, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and Pope Francis, just to name a few. Watch and listen now as the Corps honors you with the White House Armed Forces Full Honor Arrival, Troop and Review. Today's Army has revolutionized the military profession and is the most adaptable, multi-domain, and capable Army in the world. Army music endeavors to be equally as dynamic and cutting edge in its mission. Our audiences come in all shapes and sizes. Our most adaptable musical performance team reaches audiences in spaces ranging from school classrooms to concert halls and international professional trade conferences. It is often an audience member's first introduction to the Revolutionary War musician's instrumental role as the voice of the commander. I know it's hard to believe that there were no cell phones, tweets, or hashtags in 1775, but there's a reason General Washington and Inspector General von Steuben placed drums and fifes in the center and throughout the Continental Army's formations. Our show, entitled Soldier Portraits, uniquely presents specific bugle and drum calls, along with fife tunes that were used during our nation's beginning. Much like the practices of colonial militias, early American music was also largely influenced by and a continuation of European traditions. Those practices are preserved in the Fife and Drum Corps' historical ensemble. Performing on traditional instruments of the period, their music further represents the soundtrack of the early American story. Notably, the historical ensemble has performed at the Department of State, music educators' conventions, high schools and universities with symphony orchestras, and toured in the Midwest as part of the Army Music Awareness and Outreach Campaign, a program sponsored by the U.S. Army Recruiting Command. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps Historical Ensemble. Army music is charged with instilling in our forces the will to fight and win. The Revolutionary War fifer inspired a poorly trained, under-equipped, and outnumbered army to do just that. The Fife Ensemble preserves that musical heritage, inspiring those within an earshot of these traditional sounds with patriotism and national pride. Here in our nation's capital, it is easy to find many sights and sounds of inspiration. We need only to walk out our door to see grand monuments, memorials, and hallowed grounds. Or we can look west to the Shenandoah. Training. It's what we do so that when the time comes, You know you can depend on the soldiers to your left and your right. Army music is no stranger to training. Army musicians have often spent 10 to 20 years prior to service honing their craft, and sometimes earning advanced degrees even before raising their right hand. The entry performance standards required across the entire Army music field are on par with those required to graduate with an undergraduate degree. It's no surprise then Army musicians often bring musical talents that are beyond the scope of their specific instrumental duties. The Fife and Drum Corps hires fifers, buglers, and drummers. Guitar, mandolin, and Irish flute make up the trio you are about to hear. Though it's not fife and drum, we are confident you will enjoy what these three NCOs with a collective 70 years of training and experience have in store.
Loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. These are the Army values, and the values we as soldiers of the United States Army strive to live by. As Army musicians, it is our duty to provide music throughout the entire spectrum of operations, to instill in our forces the will to fight and win, foster the support of our citizens, and promote America's interests at home and abroad. We achieve these by coupling our unique knowledge with the principles set forth by the Army. Loyalty. Bear true faith and allegiance to the U.S. Constitution, the Army, your unit, and other soldiers. Remaining loyal and steadfast to the goals and purpose of the Adjutant General's Corps, Master Sergeant Rusty Smith was awarded the Colonel Robert L. Manning Achievement Medal. This award is presented to soldiers of the Adjutant General's Corps for their accomplishments and meritorious service. Duty. Fulfill your obligations. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Joseph Newby, asked how he could better lead and direct his subordinates to not only achieve mission success, but to far exceed the standard. 28 years of service in positions of increasing responsibility led to CW3 Newby being awarded the Legion of Merit. Respect. Treat people as they should be treated. Non-commissioned officers of the Corps are being sent to the U.S. Army School of Music for the Advanced Leadership Course and the Senior Leadership Course. Our fifers, drummers, buglers, and historical ensemble are creating musical performance teams and performing inspired and unique arrangements with very diverse instrumentation. The beautiful music they create and the shows they produce are all products of the respect they show each other. Selfless service. Put the welfare of the nation, the Army, and your subordinates above your own. Chief Warrant Officer 4, Jeremiah Keeler, has 24 years of experience leading up to his position now as the commanding officer of the Fife and Drum Corps. That is a career of bettering himself, taking initiative, leading and mentoring the other soldiers, issuing orders, and putting his subordinates before himself. Honor. Live up to the Army values. Non-commissioned officers who lead from the front and prove themselves through a rigorous process can be selected for induction into the Sergeant Audie Murphy Club. 2 non-commissioned officers of the Corps proved themselves and were awarded membership to this selective club. Sergeant First Class William Parks and Staff Sergeant Casey Palazzi have dedicated themselves toward being exceptional leaders and honorably exemplify all the Army values. Integrity. Do what's right, legally and morally. Our Corps is proud to have a leader such as First Sergeant Sandra Kwashnick. She is the first sergeant the Corps has had since becoming its own company within the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment in 1995. Because of her unwavering integrity, her devotion to the morale, welfare, and training of her subordinates, First Sergeant Kwashnick is the standard bearer for all non-commissioned officers in the unit. Personal courage. Face fear, danger, or adversity, physical or moral. Soldiers compete in a Soldier of the Quarter evaluation, where they must pass a board and perform a solo piece before their peers. Presenting yourself before a group of people can be intimidating, but presenting yourself before your peers requires a great deal of personal courage. Using each person's individual strength has only made the whole stronger and more resilient. We are the soundtrack of the American story. We serve to share the tradition and represent our Army to the nation and the world. We are the soldiers of your United States Army, Old Guard, Fife, and Drum Corps.
Promoting America's interests and fostering support with our allies is also an important part of outreach. Last year, the U.S. Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps performed at the Virginia International Military Tattoo and the Basel, Switzerland Military Tattoo as international ambassadors for the Army and our nation. These events have long been opportunities for diplomats and senior ranking officials to build relationships with their allied counterparts. Two bugle calls that are traditionally used to signify the end of the military duty day are often performed at these military tattoos as a tribute to fallen soldiers of all the participating nations. Last July at the Basel Tattoo, one of our buglers, Staff Sergeant Nick Nichols, was chosen from all trumpeters of the Basel Military Tattoo to perform the Last Post, which is sounded in the Commonwealth of Nations in memory of the fallen. The other call is the U.S. Army's own tattoo. The word tattoo comes from the Dutch phrase doden tattoo, which means to turn off the taps, and in the 18th century signals soldiers to return to the barracks. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you rise as you are able for the playing of the Last Post and then Tattoo. Please be seated. General Order 18, provide support and training and ceremonies, and to entertain no group in the U.S. Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps more completely excels in carrying out those orders than our drum group. Hours upon hours of beating cadence for officers and NCO regimental parade training, and then hours of key leader ceremonial rehearsals, our drummers are there for it all. Yes, our drummers are a special breed. They don't just entertain, they throw down. It's something that's primal. You know they got it right when the Muppets named their drummer Animal. The U.S. Army Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps Drumline.
There is never a typical performance for any Army musician because each audience in every new location has new hearts and minds to connect with. Even for some of you in the audience tonight, this may be your first introduction to us and what we do, and we are truly honored to have you here as our guests. The Army has many resources to accomplish its mission: infantry, artillery, engineering, technology, aviation, and yes, even music. Since the beginning of our nation, when the smoke clears from the battlefield and the negotiations have concluded, there still remains the task of connecting people, adversaries, soldiers, and citizens on a human level. We, as Army musicians, are proud to play our role as one of the most sophisticated representations of the best of what the Army has to offer. Our members, our skills, our dedication to training and attention to detail, and our unending passion for what we do is meant to entertain, educate, and inspire all whom we encounter about our story, the American story. Our Army recognizes the immense power that music can have when forging the bonds that remind us all of our common humanity. It inspires us with national pride, moves our emotions, keeps us in support of our troops, and fluently communicates a universal message across any border or boundary, that we are all one, whether in this audience, across our nation, or around the world. Celebrate what Army music continues to bring together, which is all of us. Thank you for being our honored guests. Army Strong.
for the Army Song. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our show. We truly appreciate your attendance. Thank you for coming. For those of you watching closely, you may have gathered that yesterday was the Fife and Drum Corps' 58th birthday. Please feel free to join us on the floor to meet the soldiers and have some punch and cake.
As a community and as a nation, may we always be grateful for and humbled by the service and sacrifice of Staff Sergeant Booker and Sergeant Cawthorn and the sacrifice of their families. A street is a small token street sign, but a lasting one. For generations to come, may the signs we unveil today be a subtle and constant reminder of the immense pride we have for two of our own local heroes from Manchester High School.
While separated by 15 years in age, both Staff Sergeant Booker and Sergeant Cawthorn attended Manchester High School, but shared more than just being a Lancer. They were driven by a sense of duty and a desire to make a difference and defend the ideals of freedom that we all hold dear.
While I had the privilege to serve many years in the Virginia Army National Guard, Bosnia, and Iraq with Darrell, who were also classmates, member of Manchester High School, class of 1987. If you knew Darrell, you knew what kind-hearted soul he was.
What can I say about Darrell Demetrio Booker? No one knew Daryl's middle name was Demetrio for a lot of years, and he kept it that way on purpose. I inadvertently learned that fact when we worked together in our flight operations section, and he made me swear to him. And I'm a big guy, but he was bigger. He made me swear to him never to tell anyone. It wasn't that he disliked it or he was ashamed of it. He just didn't want any of his buds to know that middle name. His mom told me once she really had no good reason why she picked that name. But it was the 70s, so it seemed like a good idea.
One of the things we always taught in the ROTC is the importance of service. Service to community, service to state, service to country. Like everything, Dane took that right to heart. He could have gone on to college and choose that. Said he was going on into the service. He was going to put on a uniform and do what he was taught. He was going to serve the country. And I was grateful for that he learned that lesson and chose to do it. He used to tell the students, you know, you're always telling me you want to live forever. Well, if you want to live forever, you put on a uniform. You're going to live forever.
If there were 3 facts about Dane, anyone who knew him would have known for sure. It was that he loved Virginia, motorcycles, and above all, his father Billy. You could also safely squeeze food in there. Dane loved to eat, fervently believed the dinner table was for eating, not talking.
Go out with it. What Darryl was my rock. He was my role model, someone that I grew up to be around, to be like. Darryl was the epitome of sacrifice. He left a legacy for me and a blueprint how to be a real man.
Just his heart, not only for me, for his family, you know, it was just outstanding. And when he said he loved unconditionally, and it was a great thing, you know, for him to share with all of us.
And you miss him every day.
And I miss him. I miss him.
Every day with him was a blessing. There's never no bad days. You know, the thing I miss the most is him picking on me. He used to hack on me all the time. I miss that. I miss him too, but that I miss the most because he was had this sense of humor that just tore me up, you know.
He was a good man before he was a soldier, so he was a good soldier because he was a good man. So the Army didn't make him, it just gave him an opportunity to be who he was.
Now, were you
February 3rd marks the 75th anniversary of the 4 chaplains that died in World War II. Today, Philadelphia's Chapel of the 4 Chaplains is a national treasure in our own backyard. Air National Guard chaplains of the 111th Attack Wing in Horsham had an opportunity to learn their history and honor these brave men.
It's actually quite humbling to be here in a chapel that memorializes and remembers the 4 chaplains that gave their lives for others.
They took a tour which, thanks to the Friends of the Chapel of 4 Chaplains, keeps their history alive.
They were lost at sea, and there's no cemetery, there's no headstone for them to visit other than this building and those plaques.
The story started when the USAT Dorchester was traveling over to Greenland. It was torpedoed about 80 miles off the coast by a German U-boat. It took less than 20 minutes to sink this ship. So when the ship was torpedoed, it hit starboard side directly. So hundreds had immediately passed away. So the 4 chaplains that were on the ship came up to the deck of the ship, opened up all the life vest compartments, started handing out life vests. Once the last life vest was given, they turned and in unison took their 4 vests off and gave them to the next 4 soldiers in line. And then they locked arms on the ship, proceeded to pray in their religions, and then tried to keep the calm amongst the men and perished with the ship.
The significance behind the four chaplains is really that dedication of unity, that selfless service. I mean, these four men stood together in a time when they could have said, you know what, I'm going to get off the ship, and instead decided to give up their lives and seal their fate by allowing four others to survive.
Being a chaplain, we're here to help all people of all faiths. The calm that these chaplains brought, that's what we bring to our men and women that wear the uniform. How they prayed and the resolve they had when the ship was sinking and being willing to hand over their life jackets. If we could just do a little bit of that in the difficult moments of life for our airmen, then I think we'll have done our job.
And since the core values of every service member includes service before self, the story of these brave spiritual leaders who died as martyrs should be shared with all so lessons can be learned and that honor is earned in many different ways. Reporting from the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard for the 111th Attack Wing, I'm Airman Rose Rella.
By way of history, the National Moment of Remembrance was established in Congress, or by Congress, in the year 2000. It reportedly came about after a group of school children touring the U.S. Capitol were asked about the meaning of Memorial Day. Their reply, it's the day the pool opens. And when I hear a story like that, I can't help but be reminded of the words of former President Calvin Coolidge, who, in a speech not long after the end of World War I, said, "The nation which forgets its defenders will itself be forgotten." That's why our observance of this day, understanding and respecting its true meaning, is so important to all of us and to our future generations. Ever since 8 members of the Lexington Militia lost their lives in the first battle of the American Revolution, nearly 1.2 million service members, soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and Coast Guardsmen have made the ultimate sacrifice. It's our sacred duty to ensure that they are not lost to history. From John Brown, Samuel Hadley, Caleb Harrington, Jonathan Harrington, Robert Monroe, Isaac Muzzy, Asahel Porter, and Jonas Parker, who perished at the hands of the British in April 1775, up to First Lieutenant Weston Lee, Senior Chief Kyle Milliken, and Sergeant Joshua Rogers and Sergeant Cameron Thomas, who have all killed in action within the last few weeks. And even as we preserve and cherish their memory, we must remember too that more than 186,000 soldiers are currently deployed to 140 different countries around the world, all as willing as their forebears to fight for and sacrifice to ensure the freedoms of this great nation and its people. Theirs is a legacy nearly 2.5 centuries old. Wherever freedom is threatened, gallant men and women of America risked and too often gave their lives in the service to America. It's what has always made America the beacon of hope and freedom that it is. The generations of brave and courageous warriors who dedicate themselves to the defense of the United States. And that, my friends, is why we have Memorial Day.
Present. Order.
Today is about more than naming a road in honor of Sergeant Sean H. Miles. More importantly, it's about taking a small step to ensure that our community forever remembers Sean's name. Today we're commemorating Sean's commitment to his country, his dedication to his fellow service members, and his pride for the community.
I tell you, I've been thinking about Sean a lot today, getting ready to come up here. And you know, when you think about what he did in January of 2006, one of his men had fallen behind, and he went to his rescue to aid him and made the sacrifice trying to save another Marine. But we know that that's what Marines do.
We celebrate and honor his courage, his team before me attitude, his ability to endure pain without complaint, and most of all, his joy and his passion for the task at hand and those he had the pleasure to play and serve with.
If he was here today, my brother the Marine would say none of this is necessary, that he was just doing what he had to do for a fellow Marine. My brother, the football player, number 31, would be honored to have a legacy so strongly tied to the school he attended and the team that he loved. And Sean, my little brother, would tell me to turn on my GPS, put on the voice settings, and drive up and down the road a couple of times so he could hear the voice say, "Turn left on Sean Miles Run." So for my entire family, thank you all for honoring Sean.
Sean was one of those young men that you really wanted to have and enjoyed having on your team. They are the ones that really make coaching worthwhile. The same things that he exhibited every day with us, he exhibited as a Marine. He was really just a truly outstanding young man.
He was very humble and he didn't like a lot of attention or awards. And so I think part of him would kind of be a little bit embarrassed about all the attention, but he'd be really proud that his name was up there. I know he's looking down with a little smile on his face going, that's pretty neat.
We miss Sean desperately every day. Our family is very close. We heard from him all the time. And it's very, very hard. But
we've got a lot of good memories.
Yeah,
we have a lot of good memories.
We have a lot of memories.
And we have a piece of Sean here on Earth with Tyler.
With Tyler.
So, yeah.
And a lot of his Marines and who came today, guys he served with, they all keep us going. Every now and then a little story will come out and we just sit and laugh. We say, oh yeah, that's him. Absolutely. That's him. No way.
I found out today about a dent that was put in my car 20 years ago from one of his fellow classmates at school. I got to the bottom of it today, and that's how long ago this happened, high school. So yeah, he was a character, but a good boy.
Live from Washington, D.C. on Constitution Avenue, welcome to the National Memorial Day Parade. Please welcome the 340-voice Memorial Day Festival Chorus under the direction of Cindy Petty. It's an annual tradition from Washington, D.C., the American Veterans Center's National Memorial Day Parade, with Grand Marshals, acclaimed documentary filmmakers Ken Burns and Lynn Novick, and a special tribute to the 70th anniversary of the U.S. Air Force, featuring 15th Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, and honorary Grand Marshals, the heroes of World War II, as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the war. With special guests, Joe Mantegna, celebrity chef and Royal Navy veteran Robert Irvine, Miss America 2017 Savvy Shields, plus hundreds of decorated veterans and active duty personnel. With performances by Grammy-nominated rock group Daughtry, John Ondrasik of Five for Fighting, Nashville recording artist Tom Dixon, and the USO Show Troupe. Plus, special Memorial Day moments from Trace Adkins, Jason Aldean, Dierks Bentley, Jack Black, Toby Keith, Reba McEntire, Conan O'Brien, Kid Rock, Ray Romano. Special correspondent, Miss America 2008, Kirsten Haglund. And now, please welcome your hosts, Jonathan Elias and Rita Cosby.
Good afternoon from Washington, D.C. for the American Veterans Center National Memorial Day Parade. Good to have you along. I'm Jonathan Elias.
And I'm Rita Cosby, daughter of a World War II POW saved by U.S. troops. It's an honor to be back with you again this year. We would like to welcome all of our viewers joining us today, watching nationwide and across the globe. We would also like to welcome our service members watching around the world on American Forces Network and with our online partners at YouTube and military.com.
Couldn't have asked for a better day to have this parade. From the American Revolution to the current generation that has served in Iraq and Afghanistan, today's parade will include special tributes to the Americans who have served and sacrificed throughout our country's history.
And to help us with today's coverage, Streetside is someone who joins us every year. We're lucky to have her, former Miss America, Kirsten Haglund. Hello, Kirsten.
Hello, Rita, and hello, everyone. Welcome to Constitution Avenue. It's my 6th year here. I couldn't be more pleased. I'm going to be giving you coverage throughout the route, as well as talking to some very special guests throughout the broadcast. Back to you, Jonathan and Rita.
All right, thanks so much, Kristen. And now it is time to have a parade.
It sure is. And what better way is joining us now, the star of stage, screen, and television, Joe Mantegna, and also a true American hero, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Friend, pilot with the legendary Tuskegee Airmen in World War II. What a privilege to have you here, gentlemen.
Let's start with you, Colonel, if you don't mind me asking. The Tuskegee Airmen, what does it mean to you being here to represent them, especially these are amazing pilots that had to fight so hard just to get into the fight, and when they did, they proved what they were worth?
Well, I think that the way to look at things is that you can do the right thing wrong, but you can't do the wrong thing right.
Good way to put it.
And in this particular instance, I think that they were attempting to do it the right thing, but they failed for a long time. But we're in the midst now of beautiful adjustments to what should have been at the time that it was initiated.
Well, Colonel, it's an honor to have you here.
The flying part was exciting. I don't know how to explain to you how great it feels to be up there.
Well, it's good having you
Colonel,
here.
it's an honor to
Thank
have
you.
you here. And Joe Mantegna, to sit next to a true hero like this.
Oh.
You love Memorial Day. Why is it the most special day for you? You
Well,
said that.
the man sitting next to me is a big part of it, I tell you that. I've known Colonel Friend for about 4 or 5 years now. I've been doing this concert here on the West Mall of the Capitol for the last 16 years. Memorial Day is special to me because I have a very blessed life. I mean, I fulfilled my dream, and the reason I've been able to fulfill my dream is because men like Colonel Friend, the military throughout our history, from the Revolutionary War to today, have sacrificed their limbs and their lives so that we can live in this country. We're having this parade today. We're celebrating, but we can't forget that many people laid down their lives so we would have this freedom to do that. So for me, Memorial Day is our most important holiday, and I'm just so proud to be here today, proud to be next to a gentleman like this who represents the generations of men and women who have served this country.
And if you're not familiar with the accomplishments of the Tuskegee Airmen, you really should go seek it out. There was a movie made. There's a lot of history about it. They were an amazing unit, and once you were up flying escort, you never lost one of the planes you were escorting in, one of the bombers, which is an amazing feat in itself. He's having a hard time here. That's okay.
Never. By the way, Joe, you know, you real briefly, your family has a history too. Your family has a great military history.
Yes, I had 5 uncles that all served in World War II. My father was hospitalized with tuberculosis through the entire war. So these 5 men, 5 combat veterans, were very instrumental in my life, and so I certainly have a personal stake in it. And
thank you for your service, and Colonel Friend, an honor to have you here.
Thank you guys very much for being here.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
What an honor to have him
In
here.
the height of the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln said that when that war was over, everyone was going to want to live in America. And how right he was.
How right.
Thanks so
and
much,
everybody,
Colonel.
let's go back to Constitution Avenue. What a great way to tee it up with that.
Each year, the National Memorial Day Parade is led by the riderless horse. This is provided by the Military District of Washington, among the oldest of military traditions. The riderless horse, and notice the boots, they are reversed in the stirrups. It honors the fallen warrior who will never ride again. Today is all about the fallen.
And the riderless horse is a reminder to each of us of the true meaning of Memorial Day that you just heard from Colonel Friend and Joe Montagna, honoring and remembering our fallen heroes.
Next up for us is the National Memorial Day Parade's Ceremonial Honor Guard, consisting of marching platoons from each branch of the armed forces. These platoons are under the order of Joint Force Headquarters, National Capital Region, Military District of Washington.
Hello, I'm Major General Michael Howard.
And I'm Command Sergeant Major Paul Biggs.
We are the Joint Force Headquarters, National Capital Region, and the United States Army Military District of Washington Command Team. On behalf of all the men and women in the U.S. Army and the entire Joint Force serving in the National Capital Region, I'd like to welcome everyone to Washington, D.C. and this year's National Memorial Day Parade.
Every Memorial Day is marked with solemn remembrance as we reflect on those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Additionally, this year we mark the 100th anniversary of the U.S. entering World War I and the 76th anniversary of the U.S. entering World War II.
Memorial Day is an opportunity to remember and honor all American service members, ordinary men and women performing their duty who died while in military service, and to reflect on what their sacrifice means to us, to our country, and to a world that still depends so much on America for leadership and security.
We vow that their sacrifices shall never be forgotten, and for those of us who continue to serve, we will honor these heroes' legacies by maintaining the eternal vigilance that has kept our country free for 241 years.
We are proud to represent our nation's military in today's parade and ask that on this special day you remember all of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen serving around the world, especially those serving in harm's way. Heed the Guardian.
Wonderful to hear from them. And joining us in this special opening tribute today are platoons from each branch of the armed forces, including the United States Army, Marines, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard.
In fact, here is the Army's famed Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps from the 3rd United States Infantry Regiment. They're appearing in uniforms that were patterned after those worn by musicians in George Washington's Continental Army, and I got to imagine they're a little warm today.
I'm sure they are humid, but no rain, so that's good. The United States Army Caisson Platoon is charged with the sacred duty of carrying America's departed to their final resting place in Arlington National Cemetery as part of full military honor funerals. As you ever get out to Fort Myers, you watch the Old Guard. They train and train again.
You know, as we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the United States Air Force, we are honored to welcome our special Grand Marshal. That's the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers.
There he is with his wife. He's an Air Force veteran of more than 40 years. And General Myers began his career as a combat pilot in Vietnam and then served as acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff during September 11, 2001. Currently, he is president of his alma mater, Kansas State University, and there he is with his wife, Mary Jo. A warm welcome to these true patriots.
Nice to have him here. And in fact, 2017 does mark the 70th anniversary of the United States Air Force. Before that, it was a part of the Army called the Army Air Corps. That's what it was. But here to help commemorate 70 years of service and sacrifice, we want to welcome the 70th anniversary Air Force Float, which is featuring active duty airmen. It's good to have him here.
It sure is. And on the 70th anniversary of the U.S. Air Force, we would like to salute all who have worn the uniform. As the song goes, nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force. I love that. And now let's go street side with our Kirsten Hagelin.
Thanks, Rita. I'm here with David Walker. He's the president and CEO of the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes. So, David, you have been supporting veterans since 2004. What does that support look like?
That support, it looks like $55 million plus to over 35,000 combat wounded veterans in the form of emergency financial aid.
Wow. And so tell us about Rob and the special presentation you have today.
Rob is a special hometown hero from Loudoun County who's building a house in Loudoun County after he gets married here this summer, and the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes is providing one of the largest installments for building that home, $25,000.
That is incredible. All right, Rob, how do you feel about this?
I just feel thankful to live in a country where there's so many people that are willing to give everything they have for what they believe in, and thankful that the country that I live in honors that sacrifice every day with organizations like the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes and events like this. And I just, in my daily life, I get told all the time how thankful people are for our veterans, so I just feel thankful.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rob. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you, David. Back to you, Jonathan and Rita.
All right, Kirsten, thanks so much for that. Again, I can't stress enough what a great day it was. They had rain somewhere in the forecast. We have not seen it.
Of course not. It's a parade. You gotta have sunshine.
You can't have a parade without great bands. This is the hometown band from right here in D.C. Here comes the Frank W. Ballou Majestic Marching Knights.
I'm Clarinet Section Leader Kieva Burnett. And I'm Flag Captain Kaya Burnett. We are honored to serve as the only District of Columbia's marching band in the parade today. Today we honor those military veterans who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. It is our distinct honor to salute the brave men and women who have paved the path for our ultimate freedoms today.
And how about this, the Bellevue High School Marching Band. They traveled all the way from the state of Washington to perform for you today. Located near Seattle, their school hosts a comprehensive music program with 3 orchestras, 4 choirs, and get this, not 1, not 2, but 5 bands.
Absolutely. And you're also looking at pictures of TAPS. That is the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors. And that's the beautiful flow for them with Robert Irvine also there, Chef Robert Irvine too, which is very cool to see them. And Bonnie Carroll, who is the head of TAPS. There he is, also a Navy veteran and one of the honored guests here today. So very neat to see him. Also the Robert Irvine Foundation providing transportation and lunch for many of the active duty service members today. So very, very neat to see them there on that float. They do so much for the survivors who lost loved ones in battle. They're the preeminent organization, and great to see them here.
It is so tough to deal with, especially with family members left behind, so it's good to have those kinds of groups.
Absolutely. And here, as you mentioned, this is the Bellevue High School Marching Band, and they traveled all over the place from the state of Washington to be here. The band has traveled both internationally and down the Pacific Coast, but this is their first time performing in the D.C. area.
Yeah,
and what a great thing. They couldn't be more excited.
Hey, let's head back down now to Kirsten on the street. Hey, Kirsten.
Hi guys, all right, it's a busy day at the parade here, but we've got Chef Robert Irvine, Food Network Chef Bonnie Carroll of Taps. So Robert, you, everyone's very excited, right? You do so much to support our troops. What led to that?
Well, Gary Sinise is a huge impact in my life, being in the military. We do an awful lot with Gary and an awful lot with Bonnie. I got to tell you what TAPS does. Tragedy assistance programs for our Gold Star families. And if you don't know what it is, find out about it because we do amazing work. And what about TAPS? Happy Memorial Day, right?
Absolutely. And Bonnie, what does Memorial Day mean to you? Thank you for your great work.
This is the day we honor all those who have served and sacrificed. We have all the families of America's fallen heroes with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Bonnie, thank you, Chef. All right, we'll have more from the National Memorial Day Parade right after this.
Coming up, the parade begins a moving timeline of American military history. And later, performances from Daughtry, John Andrasik of Five for Fighting, and the USO Show Troupe.
I better put that in front of
Yeah,
me.
why not?
Helps a little bit.
Hey, it's a parade. We're
Welcome
having
back.
fun watching.
Welcome back to Constitution Avenue.
And we would like to thank Johnson's Florist and Garden Centers for providing these stunning, beautiful floral arrangements right here in our booth, as well as our official print partner, Stars and Stripes, for printing today's great parade program.
You know, today's parade is all about, it's organized kind of as a moving timeline of American military history, honoring, of course, the fallen heroes from our beginnings all the way back to the current generation that has served in Afghanistan and continues to serve in Afghanistan in Iraq. We begin the timeline of our parade as we salute the heroes of the American Revolution. Now, the fifes, drums of Yorktown.
Generation after generation of Americans have been inspired by the story of George Washington's leadership through the War for Independence for more than 230 years.
And there they are. The fifes and drums of Yorktown was formed by the County of York for the 1976 American Bicentennial Celebration. Well, today, they continue their mission to recruit youth between the ages of 10 and 18, and they train them in 18th century field music.
Very cool. And a typical performance season consists of approximately 100 shows at various historic venues along the eastern seaboard. Members dress in period attire, and the senior corps wear the red regimental uniform, which is reminiscent of the uniform worn by the 18th century field musicians who served in the Continental Army in Yorktown, Virginia.
Well, next is a large replica of the original American flag that Betsy Ross created in Philadelphia. It was sponsored by VisitMyrtleBeach.com. It is being carried by student veterans of Brooklyn College and the City University of New York.
All right, I was born in Brooklyn, and legend has long had it that several members from the Continental Congress, including George Washington, asked her to sew the first American flag back in 1776. And the flag coming down the street is a replica of the Bennington flag, which is brought to you by Capital Caring. The actual relic flag is on display in Bennington, Vermont.
This is a big one. It measures 15 by 20 feet.
Wow.
It is among the most distinctive flags of the Revolutionary period. It has the 13 white and red stripes and an arc of 11 six-pointed stars and 2 additional stars in the upper corners. Within the arc is the number 76, referring to the year that the Declaration of Independence was adopted.
And Martha Washington traveled 16 miles from her beloved home at Mount Vernon to be here today. Very nice of her to do so. George and Martha Washington's Mount Vernon is the most popular historic site in America and welcomes guests 365 days a year. While visiting Mount Vernon, guests can also experience the Orientation Center and the Education Center, as well as an award-winning museum.
Martha Washington is joining us today thanks to the support of Fundraising Strategies. For more than 40 years, Fundraising Strategies has been committed to serving our nation's military and their families. If you've not been to Mount Vernon to see George Washington and Martha, you should definitely take the trip. Well worth the trip. All right, let's head back down to Constitution Avenue and talk to Kirsten. Hey.
Hey, Jonathan. Well, I'm here with Chief of Naval Operations Admiral John Richardson and Air Force Chief of Staff David Goldfein. Thank you both so much for being here. Admiral, we have tens of thousands of military men and women serving all over the globe, and there are even some in combat zones. What would you like to say to those men and women serving today?
Well, first I'd like to say how proud and honored we are to be here representing them. And everything that we do really can't go far enough to pay the appropriate tribute to what they do every day. And as well, you know, what they are doing really, their every movement is to pay tribute to the legacy of those who have come before us, some of who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. So that's what I'd like to send out in terms of a message to all our people deployed around the world.
Such meaningful words. And General Goldfein, on behalf of our military, what would you like to say to families that are watching at home, everyday Americans? What would you like to say to them on this Memorial Day?
Well, you know, just to build on Admiral Richardson's point, you know, those of us who serve today enjoy the trust and confidence of a grateful nation, not only because of what we do today, but because of those who've gone before us. And this parade this weekend is about honoring them. And I'd also like to have a message to those who are thinking about possibly joining the military. You know, if you want to be part of something bigger than yourself, if you want to join the most incredible people that'll be working and serving on your right and your left, and if you want to be a better you, come join us. The nation's waiting.
Absolutely wise words. General, Admiral, thank you both so much. Back to you, Jonathan and Rita.
Kirsten, thanks very much. Coming up next for us is Terra Trike. This is the world's most comfortable recumbent trike. It is the proud sponsor of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, highly adaptable to people with all abilities and disabilities. Terra Trike's recumbent trikes are a great way to stay active and healthy.
Wow, so inspiring. And there it is. Our next float is sponsored by the Purple Heart Foundation. The Purple Heart is the oldest military decoration active in the United States today, and it is awarded to service members wounded or killed in service. The primary mission of the foundation is to serve the needs of the men and women of our armed forces. They provide assistance with traumatic brain injury, post-traumatic stress, and suicide prevention. For more information on ways that you can help, go to purpleheartfoundation.org. And what a group of heroes there, all waving.
Wonderful organization. I have a lot of friends with that organization. They do a lot of good work.
Absolutely.
All right, the Sons of the American Revolution is a very patriotic lineage society. Each of its members can trace its ancestry to one or more patriots of the American Revolution.
With more than 32,000 members and 500 chapters around the world, the SAR strives to commemorate and provide memorials for the people and events of the American Revolution.
Well, we should let you know we're just getting started here in D.C. We're going to be right back. But before we do, throughout the parade, we're going to be welcoming stars of music, television, and film with shout-outs to our troops we're calling Memorial Day Moments.
Hey, hello to the troops out there. This is Ray Romano. I just want to say thank you, and we appreciate everything you do. I have my father was a war vet. My brother was a New York City police officer. I have nothing but great respect for men and women who protect and serve our country and the people in it.
Hey y'all, Dirk Spentley here. Just want to send a message out to all the servicemen and women around the country, around the world that might be watching this, and just to say thank you guys so much for doing what you do. I love each and every one of you. I have so much respect for y'all. Appreciate the sacrifice that you guys are making for us, that your families are making for the rest of us. You know, just 1% of y'all are out there doing this for all of us. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much, and hope you have a great Memorial Day.
Hey, I'm Reba McIntyre. To all our veterans and our currently active military folks, happy Memorial Day. Thank you so much for all you do for us. We love you with all our heart, soul, mind, and strength.
Coming up live, the parade remembers the War of 1812 and the American Civil War, plus a performance from John Ondrasik of Five for Fighting.
Welcome back to our live coverage from Washington, D.C. You know, visit the American Veterans Center on Facebook and catch up with Kat Anderson for exclusive access to today's festivities as a second screen experience. And you can meet some of the American heroes enjoying the parade that are actually in the crowd today. And while you're there, like the American Veterans Center to stay up to date with this wonderful organization throughout the entire year.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of people to like. There are so many great heroes. We would also like to thank Leidos, which is a leading national security, civil, and health solutions company, for being one of the sponsors who provided lunch to get this to more than 1,000 active duty military personnel today. We also would like to thank Lyft for being a sponsor as well. And the parade continues as we remember the War of 1812. After watching the Americans withstand the deadly British siege of Baltimore, Francis Scott Key was inspired to write the poem Defense of Fort McHenry. Today it is better known as the Star-Spangled Banner.
Here's Andrew Jackson. You can never mistake Andrew. He was the 7th president of the United States. He won the Battle of New Orleans during the War of 1812. He was nicknamed Old Hickory for his bravery and success in battle. He also opened up the White House for people to come party with him after he won.
He's the most boisterous Jackson I've seen in a long time. Wow.
And he's also accompanied now by a 50-foot-long Star-Spangled Banner brought to you by the Veterans United Home Loans. Just after dawn, September 14th, 1814, the attacking British saw that American flag still flying over Fort McHenry in Baltimore, and the sight of that flag signaled that their attack had failed and that the Americans had won the battle.
Wow, what a beautiful shot. Well, the Veterans United Home Loans is dedicated to providing these deserving home buyers with the nation's leading home buying education and service.
Well, they sound terrific from the state of New York. Here is the Harrison High School Huskies marching band. Let's listen.
Welcome to the War of 1812 segment of our parade. I'm Drum Major Miwa Goebel.
I'm Concertmaster Eric Kopczynski. This military conflict lasted from June of 1812 to February of 1815.
The war was fought between the United States, United Kingdom, and its North American colonies and Native American allies.
Unfortunately, the nation's capital was severely damaged in this war following the burning of Washington.
The National Memorial Day Parade honors those who sacrificed in the Civil War. Brother fought brother in the bloodiest war in U.S. history, with more than 600,000 Americans, North and South, dying in the battle.
The next part of the parade is arriving, the Civil War, sponsored by Wells Fargo, and I would imagine that Abraham Lincoln would be a tip-off.
Yeah, I'd say that is. Well, few figures in American history are as recognizable as beloved Abraham Lincoln. For 4 years throughout the Civil War, President Lincoln devoted himself to preserving the Union and ending slavery. On April 14, 1865, with the war all but over, President Lincoln was assassinated just blocks from where we are right now, never able to enjoy the peace that he fought so hard to win.
And Whitney Lester is portraying President Lincoln, and his appearance is made possible by Military Times.
That does so much. Great to see that shot. And let's head now back down street side to our own Kirsten Haglund. Kirsten, who do you have?
Thank you, Rita. I am so honored to be standing here with the Medal of Honor for Valor winner in Vietnam, Gary Luttrell. Gary, as a recipient of our nation's military's highest honor, what does Memorial Day mean to you?
You know, on Memorial Day, I have 3 different thoughts. Number one, I remember my childhood when on Memorial Day we would walk through the park in my hometown, and I'd see the crosses of my uncles that died in World War II, in memory of them. And then later on, after my war, Memorial Day took on a more special meaning. I always look for a few minutes of quiet time to reflect on the very close, dear friends that I lost in Vietnam. And my third thought is now of our Gold Star children. You know, these children have paid the ultimate sacrifice along with their parents. The thought of a child losing a mother or father in combat is just something that's unbelievable. We can't do enough for them.
It's so true. And you're here in support of Snowball Express. Quickly tell us about that incredible program.
I am. I'm an ambassador to the Snowball Express. Snowball Express is where each year in December we bring approximately 2,000 Gold Star children in for a reunion and camaraderie. And it is it's so beneficial to them to know that they're not the only child that has lost a parent. And so when I talk to schools, you know, I have children come up and I lost my mommy and daddy, and I'm the only one in the class. When they meet other children, it eases the pain.
Amazing. Thank you, Gary, so much for your great work. Thank you for your service. All right, Jonathan and Rita, back to you.
All right, Kirsten, thanks so very much. And not only do we remember the fallen today, but we also remember their families as well.
Absolutely.
Snowball Express Children of Our Fallen, featuring Medal of Honor recipient Gary Luttrell, is brought to you by American Airlines. Snowball Express is dedicated to serving the children of our fallen heroes who have made the ultimate sacrifice since September 11th, 2001. Well, on the float, those are several Gold Star children and families. Walking with the float are volunteers from American Airlines. It is so good to have them with us today.
Absolutely. American Airlines does so much for the families, and Snowball Express, what a great organization. The Medal of Honor, by the way, is also the highest award for valor in action against an enemy force, which can be bestowed upon an individual serving in the armed services of the United States. And by the way, my dear friend Gary Luttrell, who is that Medal of Honor recipient, serves as a national ambassador for Snowball Express. Good for him.
Well, now we're honored to welcome the Grand Marshals of the 2017 National Memorial Day Parade, acclaimed filmmakers Ken Burns and Lynn Novick. As you know, today's parade is a moving timeline of American history, and nobody's done more to share the stories of our shared history than Ken Burns, whose documentaries include Civil War, the Roosevelts, and The War, which told the story of World War II.
And Lynn Novick has won Emmy and Peabody Awards for her work and will partner with Ken on the upcoming documentary, The Vietnam War. Thank you to our Grand Marshals for your contributions to preserving our nation's history.
He does such great work.
Amazing. And in the aftermath of September 11th, Five for Fighting song Superman became an unexpected anthem, resonating with those who had suffered loss.
Well, on this Memorial Day, here to perform his Grammy-nominated hit, please welcome platinum-selling artist John Odrasik of Five for Fighting.
I can't stand to fly. I'm not that naive. I'm just out to find the better part of me. I'm more than a bird, more than a plane, more than some pretty face beside a train. And it's not easy to be wish that I could cry, fall upon my knees, find a way to lie, but a home I'll never see. It may sound absurd, but don't be naive. Even heroes have the right to bleed. I may be disturbed, won't you concede? Heroes have the right to dream. It's not easy to be me. And up and away from me, now it's alright. You can all sleep sound tonight. I'm not crazy or anything. I can't stand to fly. I'm not that naive. Man, we're meant to ride with clouds between their knees. I'm only a man, a funny red sheet this one-way street, only a man, a funny red sheet, looking for special things inside of me. No, it's not easy to be me.
Beautiful to hear from John Ondrasik, and we'll be back with much more of the National Memorial Day Parade right after this.
Hi everybody, this is Toby Keith. To all who have served and are serving, most especially those who've lost a loved one in service to our country, we're thinking about you this Memorial Day. It's been my honor to meet so many of you over the years, and I can't thank you enough for your service and sacrifice.
Yo, what's up? This is Jack Black giving a big shout out to all the armed forces on this glorious Memorial Day. You guys give it all. You give it your all to protect this beautiful country that you love.
I'm Trace Atkins, and I am in Italy today, and standing here with some wonderful service people, and just want to say that Memorial Day is a huge event to me and to these folks, and we all remember what this holiday is about, what it stands for.
Hey y'all, it's Kid Rock here. Just want to say a happy Memorial Day, and once again, thank you for your service. Thank you for all you do. God bless you, stay safe, and know that most of us are in your corner. Have a great Memorial Day.
Coming up, the parade moves into the 20th century, and a performance by rock superstars Daughtry.
And welcome back. We would like to thank the American Veterans Center for organizing today's great parade. While most people may expect that such a huge event like this can only be pulled off by the military or the government, in reality, this parade is made possible through the hard work of a very small, private, non-profit foundation. They're amazing.
They do great work. If you want to learn more information or if you'd like to make a donation to help support the parade, please visit AmericanVeteransCenter.org. Now, for the last decade, maybe decade plus.
Yeah, decade plus.
Rock superstar Doherty, he has been among the biggest names in music. The band has enjoyed 4 #1 top 40 hits. He's earned 4 Grammy nominations. He's won 4 American Music Awards. Nicest guy in the world, just been very down-to-earth and humble.
Love him.
Here he is with one of those Grammy-nominated #1 hits, Home. Please welcome Daughtry.
Staring out into the night, trying to hide the pain. Going to the place where love and feeling good don't ever cost a thing, and the pain you feel's a different kind of pain. Home to the place where I belong, where your love has always been enough for me. Yeah. I'm not running from no thing that got me on wrong. Don't regret this life I chose for me. Yeah. But these places and these faces are getting old. So these places and these spaces are getting old. So I'm going home. I'm going home.
Daughtry's amazing. Thank you so much for being here. And right behind him, here comes the famous Big Idaho potato truck. This thing's a runaway truck. The truck and tater team is on its 6th tour, traveling all over the country, spreading the word about heart-healthy Idaho potatoes and providing the local charities along the tour through their A Big Helping program, and that is one sizable potato there.
It sure is. This is their 3rd time participating in the parade. And joining them are veterans of the Special Forces Association National Capital Chapter. How fun.
You see a potato that size, you think to yourself, you're going to need a bigger truck.
Yeah, lots of starch. All right. Well, the 10-week Spanish-American War marked the United States' entry into world affairs. As the 19th century became the 20th century, the U.S. began to transform from a regional power to a global superpower.
Yeah, Theodore Roosevelt served as Secretary of the Navy prior to leading the 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry Regiment known as the Rough Riders. He was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor in 2001, the only U.S. president to receive the award.
And this is the 6th year that Arthur Tennyson Thompson has portrayed him. There he is. He joins us today thanks to the generous support of News Channel 8 in Washington, D.C.
My home.
You bet.
There you go.
Love seeing that old car. How beautiful. Coming down Constitution Avenue there. And the 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, Rough Riders, there they are, was formed in 1978 to provide a living memorial to Colonel, later President Theodore Roosevelt and his gallant volunteer regiment. The 1,200 original Rough Riders camped in Tampa prior to leaving for the campaign in Cuba during the Spanish-American War in 1898.
And the modern-day Rough Riders, they work actively with the community in many areas. They provide humanitarian aid to underprivileged, orphaned, and handicapped children, and they also participate in educational programs and community events.
And it's the National Park Service with more than 100 years of caring for America's most treasured places and honoring those who have served and those who have fallen on behalf of our nation.
Here are our hardworking National Mall and Memorial Parks staff, all of whom have proudly served in America's armed forces or are currently serving in the Guard and Reserve. And here's a message from Superintendent Gay Vitsky.
Welcome to the National Mall and Memorial Parks. Our brand new float celebrates the National Park Service Centennial and the many cultural and historical sites here in Washington, D.C. The float features the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and the African American Civil War Memorial. The National Park Service extends its thanks to all National Park Service staff, partners, and volunteers who have served. And we'd like to recognize those members and former members of the armed forces who now help care for America's most special places.
They look fantastic. Please welcome the Big Stone Gap, Virginia, the Union High School Marching Band. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. I'm Field Commander Cassidy Holcomb.
And I am Field Commander Ken Vo. We are honored to be marching in the Spanish-American War segment of the parade.
This conflict was fought between Spain and the United States in 1898, where battles ensued in Puerto Rico, Cuba, the Philippines, and Guam.
This conflict in 1898 then led to the outbreak of the Philippine-American War.
Black troops, led by the white officers, the Buffalo Soldiers, served in the harshest of conditions. When the Plains Indians first saw the black troopers in their great coats, the Cheyenne Indians actually called them wild buffaloes. Well, they served with distinction, displaying valor in every theater, earning them 14 Medals of Honor during the Indian Wars.
And the Buffalo Soldiers were awarded 4 Medals of Honor during the Spanish-American War and the famous Charge Up San Juan Hill with Teddy Roosevelt.
Now, the National Moment of Remembrance was established by Congress. It asks all Americans, wherever they are at this time, just to pause for a moment in an act of national unity.
And right now, the National Memorial Day Parade will participate in that solemn and very important moment, coming to a complete stop while taps will be played in honor of all who have sacrificed their lives. Wherever you are, we ask that you please join us in this very important moment.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed.
That was amazing. Taps was played by Staff Sergeant Ramos from the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone.
Absolutely, and singing Amazing Grace, that beautiful rendition, was Master Sergeant Antonio Giuliano, and he is from the United States Army Chorus. And we're going to be back with a lot more parade coverage.
But before we go, we're going to present a message from Robert Agostinelli, the chairman of our Friends of the National Memorial Day Parade.
My fellow citizens, on this day, we are humbled to honor all those who have served the Republic in the defense of freedom. From Valley Forge, Iraq, and Afghanistan, our valiant troops have stood tall. The United States is indeed an exceptional nation, and our military, the purest and bravest of us all. President Kennedy once said, "A nation reveals itself not only by the men it produces, but also by the men it honors." Today we honor and remember the best this nation has ever produced, our heroes who have sacrificed all to defend freedom. God bless them all, and thank you.
Next up, live from Washington, D.C., the parade salutes America's greatest generation.
Welcome back to our coverage of the American Veterans Center's National Memorial Day Parade. You can visit the American Veterans Center on Facebook. You can also catch up with Kat Anderson for exclusive access for today's festivities. Also, you can meet some of the American heroes that are in the crowd today enjoying this parade. And while you're there, like the American Veterans Center, to stay up to date with this wonderful organization throughout the year.
And they do a lot. And it is brought to you also by military.com. The National Memorial Day Parade honors those who served in the Great War, World War I. More than 116,000 Americans died in service during the First World War, in what we all hoped would be the war to end all wars. However, lingering resentments led to the rise of Nazi Germany and eventually World War II.
Well, we are honored to have join us now the Grand Marshals of today's parade, acclaimed documentary filmmakers. You almost don't need an introduction. It's Ken Burns and Lynn Novick.
So great to have both of you here. Lynn, I got to start with you. You two have been working together since, what, 1989?
1989.
Long time, longer than your marriages, probably, right? Okay.
Most definitely.
So given that, you are now doing an amazing documentary with Ken, Lynn, and it's 18 hours, right?
10 parts, 18 hours,
Amazing, and it's airing this fall. It's called The Vietnam War. What inspired you, first of all, to touch this? It's a very sort of raw part of history. What inspired you to get involved in this?
Indeed, that's exactly right. We felt that this is the most important event in American history since the Second World War. It's also the most painful and the most misunderstood. We don't like to talk about it. It's very upsetting, it's disturbing, and we don't know enough about it. And we felt that if we could take the time it needed, which is 10 years actually since we started the project, to go back to the beginning and unpack it and hear about what happened from every possible side, every side of Americans who fought in it and who fought against it, Vietnamese on the winning side in North Vietnam and on the losing side in South Vietnam, and try to just understand what really happened and why it turned out the way it did. We hoped our country could now have a different kind of conversation about this really painful chapter in our history.
Ken, you've done so much with the documentaries you put together to start a dialogue, to start a conversation, but it's an educational tool as well. There are so many young people out there when they see your work. What is it you hope that they see, and most importantly, what is the one piece of work, the body of work you've done that you say that's my best?
I've spent my entire professional life with public broadcasting because it's the only place that would give us the time, 10 years, to tell the story correctly. And you go in with some preconceptions, as we all have, say, particularly about Vietnam, and you have those preconceptions exploded. And the great thing I like is sharing with people our process of discovery. And so that's a broad national audience beginning September 17th. But after that, then it'll go into schools and be used in colleges and high schools for years and years and years to come. Today isn't a school day in America, but if it was, PBS estimates that hundreds of classrooms are using our 28-year-old film on the Civil War as a course thing. I find that wars are the most effective way to teach American history. It's not because of the violence, it's because they reveal both the best of us and the worst of us. You can see instances of heroism and fellowship, of love, of bravery, of the worst of us, but they tell us who we are. And so there's no favorite film, there's just the chance to ask in the next film the question. And remember, this isn't homework. We're not telling you what you should know. We're sharing with you what we've discovered. And I bet in every moment of the film Vietnam, you'll go, I lived through it, but I had no idea.
Right. Well, we can't wait to see it.
I can't wait for you to see it.
Both of you, thank you for your great work through the years. And again, it's on PBS this fall. Thank you so much.
More than inspiring.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank
you, John.
Ken,
It's been great to be with you. And it's such an honor for us to be Grand Marshals of this parade. It's so amazing.
Well deserved, both of you. Well deserved.
All right, guys, thanks so much. All right, let's get back down to the parade. This next float comes to us from the Lions Club of Washington, D.C., Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. Founded 100 years ago in 1917, Lions Clubs International now operates in over 200 countries or geographic areas around the world.
And this year's float proudly honors the 100-year tradition of community service and will proudly display the theme New Mountains to Climb to represent the goals of Lions worldwide.
By the way, riding on the float is our current Miss America, Savvy Shields of Fayetteville. Absolutely gorgeous. Fayetteville, Arkansas. Savvy represents the Miss America organization on a national tour, speaking to audiences and serving as a positive role model.
And we would also like to thank the many veterans you see in today's parade. They have come courtesy of American Airlines, the National Memorial Day Parade's official airline. Thank you, American Airlines, which does so much for your support of the parade and always for our military heroes. They support them year-round.
All right, you can hear them. Here they come, the Orange Panther Regiment from Central North Carolina. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. I'm Drum Major Amy Bertner.
And I am Junior Drumline Member Malcolm McKinley. World War I was a global war that originated in Europe.
It lasted from July 28, 1914 to November 11, 1918, where over 750 U.S. soldiers lost their lives and over 400 are still missing to this day.
Our hats go off to the soldiers in World War I that resulted in the demise of the German, Russian, and Ottoman empires.
The National Memorial Day Parade honors those who served in World War II. 16 million Americans served and more than 400,000 died, making it truly the defining moment of the 20th century.
All right, I am honored to be here with retired Sergeant First Class Mike Schlitz. Mike, you were the only member of your convoy to survive the attack on your vehicle. I imagine that this Memorial Day means a lot to you.
Absolutely. You know, for me, it's a day of reflection. It's a day of remembrance, not from just my guys like Corporal Lauren Henry, who is my driver, Sergeant Sasenko, who is my gunner, Sergeant Cadavero, who is my medic that I lost, but the generations and generations of the men and women who fought courageously and paid the ultimate sacrifice. You know, today is a day about honoring their names and their memories and telling their stories.
Absolutely. And so what can families at home do to support those who are fighting abroad?
You know, there's a lot of great organizations nationwide, but I have to tell people, look in your local communities. Find out who's helping veterans and our Gold Star families in the local community. Get involved. Donate your time, donate resources, but, you know, do your due diligence to do a little research, because not all organizations are great.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and have a blessed Memorial Day.
You as well. All right, back to you, Jonathan and Rita.
And the Spirit of Liberty Foundation is carrying the oldest living Pearl Harbor survivor, 105-year-old Ray Chavez. With him is America's Freedom Bell, made of 330 pounds of bronze, as well as iron from the fallen World Trade Center.
So great having him here. Also riding on the float is singer-songwriter, amazing winning singer-songwriter, Tomacek Bednarik. He is performing his song, American Heroes.
Yes, he is, and if we could, let's listen in to Tomacek Bednarik.
All right, here's the Mega Gold Star flag that's being carried by Army Survivor Outreach Services, which is made up of mothers whose children died while in military service or died as a result of that service or are missing in action.
And here's a little bit of Tomacek Bednarik singing in the parade. There he is. And you can see them marching there, Tomacek Bednarik in the background. Here is the South Dakota State University Pride of the Dakotas Marching Band, one of the largest and most visible organizations on campus.
Today, U-Haul continues its support of our veterans and troops by showcasing the 5 branches of our armed services on the sides of the U-Haul trucks. You see them when you drive down the road: Navy, Air Force, Army, Marines, and Coast Guard. U-Haul is committed to serving our veterans by giving them priority in their hiring process.
And U-Haul is once again honored to be a sponsor of the parade and to be able to remind the public about the true meaning of Memorial Day, to honor and remember all the men and women who have given so selflessly for our freedom, and to honor the families that they left behind. And with us now are approximately 300 youth volunteers carrying poster photos of Americans who lost their lives serving in uniform in World War II, including a cross-section of gold stars from Pearl Harbor, all 17 of the Doolittle Raiders, and the 86 Tuskegee Airmen who were killed in action in the war. So powerful to see that.
Well, stay with us. We'll be back with more of our parade coverage right after this.
Coming up live from Constitution Avenue, we honor the fallen of the Korean and Vietnam Wars, and a performance from Nashville recording artist Tom Dixon.
And welcome back, everybody. Good to have you along. Here comes a living piece of American history. It's the Wells Fargo Stagecoach with David Helmuth handling the ribbons. Before railroads crossed the nation, stagecoaches are what connected communities on the east coast all across to the west.
And for more than 160 years, Wells Fargo has helped diverse communities and customers succeed financially and get to where they needed to go.
And our next performer is a Nashville songwriter and recording artist. He grew up as the son of a 24-year Naval Reserve father who served in Vietnam, and now singing one of his songs that he wrote. Please welcome Tom Dixon.
Sorry.
If I knew tonight, tomorrow you'll be gone, I'd still take the chains and names all night long. If all we have is all we've got till last call, I'd still drink you up until I fall. Maybe it's the perfume that you're wearing that's got me turned on. Maybe it's the corner jukebox blaring that old Keith Whitley song. Maybe it's the whiskey that gets me thinking I could take on the world. It makes me think I could keep you, girl.
Killing. More than 36,000 Americans died during service in the Korean War, often called the Forgotten War. Today, veterans refer to Korea as the Forgotten Victory, with the economic success of South Korea. And we continue here on the parade. This horse represents Sergeant Reckless, America's greatest war horse and Korean War hero. Wearing an authentic blanket of the one worn by Sergeant Reckless when she landed in America in 1954, complete with her ribbons, she is led by a Marine in 1950s uniform.
Sergeant Reckless carried ammunition for American troops during the Korean War. She wasn't a horse, she was a Marine.
And once known as the Forgotten War, the Korean War, and also the veterans who served, never received the attention nor the thanks for their service to their country. Today we have with us Korean and Korean American war veterans who have traveled from all over the U.S. to be with us today to participate in this very special parade. We thank you all for your service.
Now, the Korean American Association of Washington Metropolitan Area, it is an organization comprised of volunteers and members of the Korean American community residing in the D.C., Virginia, and Maryland metropolitan areas.
The organization represents over 250,000 Korean Americans and engages in activities to promote unity, fellowship, community participation, and Korean culture to the greater community. And some beautiful uniforms there, beautiful attire and costumes there.
And the sign, "Thank you, America. We're here because of your sacrifice."
How
Thank you for
beautiful
being
to see.
Nice
How
message.
wonderful. It's a great reminder of what we do throughout the world. Well, it's the Central High School Marching Rockets' Big Blue Band of Pride from the community of Burlington, Illinois.
Hello, I am drum major Nirali Thacker.
And I'm band manager Anthony Albamani. We are honored to salute the men and women who gave their lives during the Vietnam War.
The war was fought in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia and resulted in over 58,000 American casualties.
Washington, D.C. is home to the amazing Vietnam Memorial built in 1982.
Well, as we commemorate the continued 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War, we present our next float featuring decorated veterans of the Vietnam War. Hold that thought.
As we continue, the National Memorial Day Parade pays tribute to those who served in Vietnam.
Try that again as we commemorate the continued 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War.
And there's that float that you've been talking about.
I have. It's the 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War. We present our next float featuring decorated veterans of Vietnam, and among them is the only Air Force ace pilot of the Vietnam War, Brigadier General Steve Ritchie.
There he is in full uniform. You can't miss him. As of today, there are 58,307 names on the Vietnam Wall honoring those who never came home. Those heroes who did come home were never greeted with the welcome or the parades that they so richly deserved. And to our Vietnam veterans and great heroes like General Ritchie, who you see there, and his wife Mariana, thank you for your service, and everybody, welcome home.
Absolutely. The North Carolina Vietnam Helicopter Pilots Association, founded in 1989, and here on the parade route today are helicopters from the Vietnam era. All the members were pilots. They flew helicopters in Vietnam, and these pilots in the parade have a combined of over 20,000 hours of combat flying time.
And now let's head to Constitution Avenue and our own Kirsten Haglin. Kirsten.
Thank you, Rita. I am here with a former Joint Chiefs of Staff, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers. As our nation's senior military officer, Memorial Day must have had an extraordinary meaning for you. What does this day mean?
It did, particularly after 9/11. I was a chairman 20 days after 9/11, and of course it had a really deep meaning at that time, because we had all these men and women willing to go serve their country and try to make us safe, and it was a very emotional time, and meant Memorial Day was even more important.
Absolutely, and so many of those military men and women are watching this parade from all over the globe on the American Forces Network. What would you like to say to them?
Well, as a retired person now, to just thank them for being willing to give up some of their security for our security and everybody else here in this land. You know, a very small percentage of our population serves in the military, and I'm just so grateful that we have people, men and women, willing to do that. My salute to them.
Wise words. Thank you so much, General. Thank you for your service.
Coming up live from Washington, D.C., a salute to the generation who served in the Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm.
where the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. There's a lady that stands in the harbor for what we believe. And there's a bell that still echoes the price that it costs to be free.
Well, it ain't the only place on earth.
Ain't the only place,
but it's the only place that I prefer.
Place that I prefer.
Well, if you got pride and you're proud, you do.
Yeah, we could use some more like me and you. With the stars and stripes and the eagle fly. With stars and stripes and the eagle fly.
And I'm Rita Cosby, back here in Washington, D.C., along with Jonathan Elias. So great to be with you. Thank you to the USO show troupe. They were awesome.
They sound fantastic. You know, the National Memorial Day Parade salutes those who served in the Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm as well. The Gulf War, known as Operation Desert Storm, brought together the largest coalition of countries since World War II. It proved the most decisive victory in modern warfare. And this next float commemorates the 26th anniversary of the Gulf War and is brought to us by the state of Kuwait. Among the parade's earliest supporters, the people of Kuwait, they wish to convey their deep appreciation for those who served and those who fell in the fight to liberate their country.
And on behalf of the people of Kuwait, we have the following message from the ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Salam Al-Sabah.
The very special relationship between Kuwait and the U.S. Armed Forces was forged and actually cemented during the first Gulf War. In 1990 and 91, we Kuwaitis watched in amazement and admiration as the U.S. Armed Forces put themselves in harm's way to liberate my country. And ever since that day, we've had a very special place in our hearts and our minds for the U.S. Armed Forces. And that's why we are present at Memorial Day with our float, and we will always be there to say thank you.
That's nice to have them here. In 1991, more than 600,000 Americans returned home from the service in the Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm.
And here are members from the National Desert Storm War Memorial Association. They support the men and women who gave all for our great nation while defending the people of Kuwait during Operation Desert Shield and Storm.
We're going to take a quick break now. To learn more about the National Desert Storm War Memorial, visit ndswm.org. Back right after this.
Hey everybody, this is Conan O'Brien. I want to send this message out to all who have served, are currently serving, and most especially those of you who have lost a loved one in service to our country. I want you to know we're thinking about you on this Memorial Day. It has been my incredible honor to meet so many of you over the years. Done a couple of USO shows, and they have been the personal highlight of my entire career. And I cannot thank you enough for your service and your sacrifice.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Jason Aldean, and I just want to give my thanks to the men and women of our armed forces and their families for your bravery, strength, and service.
Hey everybody, I'm Mark Christ.
And I'm Tommy Boschers with Power Nation's Detroit Muscle.
Memorial Day is our opportunity to remember and honor the men and women who have lost their lives serving this great country.
And our hearts go out to their family, friends, and community.
Coming up live, the parade's grand finale. Hundreds of uniformed troops in a final salute to those who have sacrificed on the front lines today.
And everybody, welcome back to the National Memorial Day Parade.
Our parade timeline now continues. And for the parade's final salute, led by
1.3 million Americans serve in our military today. Since 9/11, almost 7,000 have made the ultimate sacrifice. Today's military continues the tradition of honor and excellence seen throughout our country's history.
It is our parade's final salute, led by active duty service personnel from the U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, Army Reserves, Naval Reserves, and Army National Guard.
We are especially proud and honored to welcome home many of these troops who have just returned from deployment overseas. Look how powerful, all of them saluting there.
These soldiers, sailors, airmen marching today in honor of the more than 6,700 service members who have died while serving in Afghanistan, Iraq, and current operations all over the world.
And everybody stay with us. We will be right back.
We'll be back for more parade live from Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C.
Well, it is that time. Thank you all for watching today. We'd like to thank all of the veterans, parade marchers, and volunteers, and this is a day to remember the fallen.
Absolutely, and a special thank you to the American Veterans Center and all of our sponsors. Kirsten.
It's been an incredible day full of inspirational stories. I was honored to be here. Happy Memorial Day. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And to those of you serving in harm's way, stay safe, and also thank you for your service. And I believe that Memorial Day should be every day. We've been honored to be with you for this broadcast.
No question about it. We'll see you again next year here on Constitution Avenue. However you spend this day, take a few minutes to reflect on all of those who have given you the freedoms you enjoy today, to say thank you. And to the families of those that have lost loved ones, we thank you as well.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful Memorial Day, and God bless our troops wherever you are stationed throughout the globe. It's been wonderful and a true honor for us to be with you.
Goodbye, everybody.
I have never felt so far out on a limb before in my life. I've publicly just put it all out there. I'm going to do this thing, but I wasn't positive I could do it. I'm Gary West. I'm a retired Air Force colonel, and I biked 2,500 miles for families of fallen veterans. It was never hard to get up out of bed in the morning to go in and fly a fighter, and to have the privilege of serving our country in combat, twice in the F-15 and once in the F-16. The greatest thing about my whole career was that time in the cockpit, taking off and doing the mission. Service is a trait that should not be just restricted to something you do. I think of service as who you are. So I thought, what can I do? What can I do? How can I leverage my experience, my military background, to give me a voice or to access, to step into somebody's life and help them? And that's what I wanted to do with this ride. There were two purposes of the Patriot Ride. One was to honor some specific families who have experienced the loss of a loved one. And the other one was to raise money for Folds of Honor, a charity that takes care of these types of families. And my goal was to engage people along the way and give them a chance to actually say thank you by folding flags and experiencing the flag folding ceremony all up and down from Maine to Key West. Something about folding the flag, you know, what I discovered was by having people actually experience folding the flag and having a real name associated with that flag and a real family, you'd see people while they were folding just tearing up. And to have that sort of a swell of patriotism happen every day was truly remarkable. When this idea came to me, I didn't even have a bike. There was a bit of, nervousness in my mind that, could I have an epic failure along the way or just give up or what? But this has not been about me. There's not a higher calling to serve others, I think. It was a dream and a passion to do something to bless other people. And it's kind of rewarding, I think, at the end of the day to feel like, I made it better today.
The month of May usually evokes thoughts of Mother's Day, graduations, and the start of summer. However, across all military branches, May is Armed Forces, Military Appreciation, and Military Spouse Appreciation Month. It's also when we honor our fallen service members.
Often confused with Veterans Day, Memorial Day honors those killed while serving. It began informally at the end of the Civil War, when freed slaves gathered to consecrate a burial site for deceased soldiers. They sang, read passages, and spread flowers around the cemetery. It later transformed into Decoration Day and became an official holiday in 1971.
Memorial Day to me, well, it just means honoring those who've gone before us, who have served and who have died for the service of our country, which is one reason I joined the military.
It means freedom because people have went to battle in these uniforms and died serving their country. With me having multiple family members in all sorts of different branches, one grandfather here, brother in the Marines, it's you get to feel a sense of pride every time you put this on. You never want to disappoint anybody that's wore the uniform before you.
Memorial Day to me means that we should all take time, a moment of silence, have a moment of silence for those that have served and for those that are currently serving, and to reflect on what we have right here in front of you. Because without our armed forces, we would not be the country that we are.
It means why I serve it, all of the people that have given their life for this country. It's a constant reminder that that we are doing this for something bigger than ourselves.
Well, coming from a military family, Memorial Day means very much to me because it's like I'm honoring the sacrifice and the commitment that my ancestors had to make it possible for me and my family to enjoy the lifestyle that we do here in the United States.
And that's not just military members, it's about the families involved, the sacrifices that they have made so that we can make the sacrifices for our country, because everything that we do, we can't do without them in our lives. They're what helps us move day to day when we're overseas or even here in the States doing our mission. So it's about family.
It's a chance for us to thank and remember the fallen soldiers and airmen that have come before us, especially here from our MAF 7 crew, the crew that went down from the Puerto Rico Air National Guard. We want to remember them definitely.
We fly an American flag outside of our house all year round anyway, but on Memorial Day we'll put we'll line the driveway with American flags, and we'll have a little bit more decorations around the house. And if there's military events around town that that's close by, we'll try to stop by and pay homage that way.
I was deployed in 2011. Memorial Day was vastly approaching. One of the guys, he brought it up. Do we really know what this is about? It's more than just a holiday, things like that. He found this CrossFit exercise. It's called the Murph, and it's basically dedicated to a Navy Lieutenant, Michael Murphy, who in 2005 died in Afghanistan. We reflected on the fact that there are people out there that are actually making sacrifices, ultimate sacrifices for the better of our country and the better of this world.
For the 145th Airlift Wing, I'm Staff Sergeant Sonia Clark.
"9 million Americans served during the period of the Vietnam War. They represented 10% of their generation. 6 million of them were volunteers. They were the oldest and best educated force America ever sent into harm's way. 97% would be honorably discharged. And today, the vast majority of them testify with their actions and their words that they are proud of their service and would serve again if called. November 14th, 1965, 10:48 a.m. Elements of the 7th Cavalry touched down at Landing Zone X-Ray. Within 30 minutes, the Battle of the Ia Drang began, the first major battle fought by the American Army in Vietnam. Over 3 harrowing days, vastly outnumbered American forces would hold out and ultimately repel enemy forces. American forces would never lose a major engagement during the ensuing 8 years of combat operations. Known as the Wall, the Vietnam Memorial stands in honor of those who served in the Vietnam War. The names of the men and women who gave their lives are inscribed in the order they were taken from us. 58,286 names. The youngest was Marine Private First Class Dan Bullock at 15 years of age, and the oldest was Navy Petty Officer First Class Kenna Taylor at 62. There are 3 sets of fathers and sons, 1 set of stepbrothers, 39 pairs of brothers, 8 women, 16 clergy, and 155 Medal of Honor recipients. And let us not forget, there are still more than 1,600 missing and unaccounted for personnel. The French were in Vietnam before the Americans and lost more than 70,000 lives. More than 400,000 Allied troops served with the American forces. Joining as allies with the United States were the Republic of Korea, Thailand, the Republic of the Philippines, Australia, and New Zealand. These allies suffered more than 5,000 lives lost during the course of the war. American combat forces left Vietnam in 1973. 2 years later, Saigon fell. Over those last 2 years, without American and Allied combat forces in the region, casualties in Southeast Asia were doubled what they had been during the 10 years prior. To our Vietnam veterans who answered the nation's call to serve, we thank you. Your greatness is etched in history from the battlefields of Southeast Asia to the neighborhoods of hometown America, where you continue to bring blessings and inspiration to your families and your country today. To the families of our Vietnam veterans, we thank you for the greatness of your support, sacrifice, vigilance, and compassion. And to our allies who stood by us 50 years ago, we thank you. The greatness that was earned by this generation never left you, and it never will.
Anybody says they weren't scared when they were there is a fool or a liar. Yeah. Got a lot of friends there. A lot of young men.
That was the toughest part of the whole thing. Going to the cemetery, my God.
Bouncing up and down. Bouncing up and down.
Oh, I almost froze on the beach.
We had to crawl up the sand, this deep sand. They had no idea what was on that island.
And our objective was take the hill. They called it a hill.
Well, we were Marines. They say you go, you go. Ooh.
This was a defining moment up there.
Boy, they say, we finally won something.
It was like New Year's Eve, about 5 minutes.
We were all excited, thought it was all over, but it wasn't all over. It was just the beginning.
My reason, I guess, to go. If others could sign up and go, why not me? As I said, I'm just so proud of the women in the Army today. All our women can do anything they want to do. I think that's what. I was on leave in London the day that they declared victory in the European theater. I don't know, I guess I was the first woman president during the 65, 68, because education kind of thing. We do a lot of education and business. I grew up here in Raleigh.
What was it like?
Raleigh at that time was a sleepy little town. I guess everything went to bed, and now you find if you're on the streets morning, noon, and night, in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, we have grown. We have grown.
Miss Millie Dunn Vesey is a national treasure. We sat down and had a little bit of conversation, and then she goes to the back and comes and says, "This is what you've been looking for," and it's the uniform. To get the provenience and straight from her mouth exactly what it is, and then there's a photograph of her in the uniform on her wall. I mean, this doesn't get any better, so.
Why is it important to you to serve others?
If you're able to do what you can do for that individual, there's always somebody else there who's always able to do things for you.
It is my honor to be part of today's Memorial Day ceremony. They went with songs to the battle. They were young. Straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted. they fell with their faces to the foe. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Kyle was a really great guy. He was smiling a lot. He had great energy. Whenever he entered the room, he would light up a room. I think it's the biggest honor anybody can receive. And with that, Kyle never will be forgotten. His name will be there. The bridge will be standing for, you know, another 100 years, I think, and his name will always be there. Kyle's garden we have outside, and there was nothing actually the summer before, and it happened that particular day when he died, I didn't know that he was already dead, that I filled in with Mark together the garden, the dirt. And as we filled it in, there came this big, huge snake, and the snake went around me, made a circle, and then left behind the house. And snakes mean transition. And Kyle and I had a connection with animals and animal meanings. And so it was kind of after when they told me that, you know, he died, I knew that that was already the sign. And now it has become Kyle's garden.
Thank you for joining us today for this very special occasion. Placing Kyle's name on this bridge could never be enough to honor his sacrifice. But we have this bridge, and from this day forward, it will carry Kyle's name.
This bridge being dedicated to him means that people will always remember him and how he lived his life. Driving over this bridge means you will think of him and his big smile, his contagious laugh, and his warm heart. Or if you did not have the chance to know Kyle, you will still have that moment of reflection, to think how precious life truly is.
You know, it's an honor for the Board of Supervisors to dedicate this bridge in honor of Specialist Kyle Stokely. And it's amazing that the community's support that we had, the community came together, the family, staff just worked so hard to pull this off. And you know, when we have our citizens and our soldiers go off to war, you know, sometimes the worst things happen. And for us, the worst thing we could do is not remember it. And this is a way for us to remember who Kyle was, and a way for us to show his family that his Chesterfield County cares also.
Today was a fantastic event, and now, forever, everybody drives across this bridge will have a little bit of Kyle's smile in their mind every time they go by. We're very, very grateful for Chesterfield County and all they have done.
From open seas to far-off lands.
They answered freedom's call.
And with each headstone, there stands
a reminder to us all. Of those who paid the ultimate price.
And in hallowed ground now lay.
And so we honor their sacrifice.
On this Memorial Day,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Today we honor the life and memory of U.S. Army Sergeant Aaron Xavier Whitman. Not unlike a soldier's untimely death in the line of duty, a ceremony to name something in our community after that fallen soldier is something that we wish we did not have to do.
We are here to dedicate the Chester Railroad Bridge to honor Aaron Whitman. First, I would like to mention what an honor it has been to know the Whitman family and how honored and privileged the Chester community is that the Whitman family chose Chester as their permanent residence.
Aaron was one of those once-in-a-lifetime friends that was loyal, loving, caring, always there to talk and listen, always made time for me no matter what. He was truly a brother.
He wanted to be in the fight with them. To me, this is a true statement of his courage and his integrity and his ability to follow through with his personal call to service. These traits were especially evident in how well respected Aaron was as an NCO, both within his squad and amongst my team.
I got to visit Aaron again yesterday for the first time in Arlington. I hadn't been back since we laid him to rest in 2013, and it was a surreal moment. And a moment I'll never forget. But we love you. A band of brothers will always be. Thank you.
Eternally honored, his service molded symbolically from that which he wore. Dying proud for others is a tradition of men like him who've gone before. Yes, I know him, a soldier by choice who paid the ultimate sacrifice of war. A citadel man I will not forget from this day till forevermore.
So I am very pleased that the county can honor heroes with a lasting tribute, such as naming the Chester Bridge in honor of Aaron. Aaron was, as you've learned from everybody here, very humble. So today, I think Aaron's response to this bridge naming ceremony would probably go like this. This is for me? You didn't really have to do this. I was only doing my duty for my fellow soldiers. But thank you very much. This is a wonderful birthday present. Thank you.
He was a leader to his peers, to his subordinates, and he definitely taught me about leadership, even though I was his company commander. He was respected by everybody, truly loved by everybody, and I am definitely glad that I could be a part of this ceremony and paying my respects, and I think it's definitely a fitting tribute.
I just want to say today was a totally amazing day. Beautiful weather, tons of family, friends, community, the first responders giving up some of their time today to be here. It means a lot to our family. Aaron would have just been overwhelmed and humbled by this show of support for his sacrifice.
I'm honored today to talk to you about our flag. I would like to start off with reciting that ragged old flag written by Johnny Cash in 1969. And in these versions of the flag, it'll be a reminder to some of you of the history our flag's been through. And it goes like this, the ragged old flag. I walked through a county courthouse square, and on a park bench, an old man was sitting there. I said, your old courthouse looks a little run down. He said, no, it'll do for our little town. I said, your flagpole leans a bit, and there's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it. He said, is this the first time you've been to our little town? I said, I think it is. He said, come over and sit down. He said, I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag. You see, we got a hole in that flag there when Washington took it across to Delaware. And it got a bad rep in New Orleans with Pakenham Jackson tugging our seams. and almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on now. She got cut by a sword in Chancellorsville. She got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There's Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Reg, and the South wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. In World War I, she got a big hole from a birthday gun. She turned blood red in World War II, and she hung low and limp a time or two. She went to Korea and Vietnam. She went where she is sent by her Uncle Sam. She waved from our ships on a briny foam, and now we've about quit waving her back here at home. In her own good land, she's been abused. She's been denied, dishonored, and refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and wearing thin, but she's in good shape for the shape she's in. And since she's been through the fire before, I think she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning, we take her down every night. We don't let her touch the ground, and we pull her upright. On second thought, I do like to brag. I'm kind of proud of that ragged old flag. Then I would like to recite Old Glory Ask. Hello, remember me? Some call me Old Glory, others calls me Stars and Stripes of the Star-Spangled Banner. But whatever you call me, it's all right, because I'm your flag, the flag of the United States of America. But something's been bothering me, and I thought I could talk to you about it. I thought you and I should take a brief walk down memory lane. I remember years ago, people lined both sides of the street to watch a parade. And naturally, I led every one of them, proudly waving in the breeze. And I remember your dad standing there. As soon as he saw me coming, he removed his hat and placed it on his left shoulder, so his hand was over his heart. Remember? And I remember you standing there straight as a soldier. Oh, you didn't have a hat, but you were given a proper suit. Remember? And not to be outdone, I remember your little sister standing there beside you, and she was saluting the same as you, remember? But what happened? I'm the same old flag. A couple stars have been added since some of us were young. And a lot more blood has been shed since those parades long ago. But nowadays, I come down your street, I don't feel as proud as I used to. People just stand there with their hands in their pocket. I see children running and shouting. They don't seem to know who I am. I saw one man remove his hat and place it on his shoulder. As he looked around and saw no one else had, he immediately put his back on. Is it a sin to be patriotic anymore? Have you forgot what I stand for and where I've been? Anzio, Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Korea, Vietnam, Panama, Desert Storm, Afghanistan. Some days you take a good look at our memorial honor rolls of all those names of the young people who did come back so that our nation could stay free and one nation under God. You see, when you salute me, you are actually saluting them. Well, one day soon, I'll be down your street again. When you see me coming, stand straight, place your hand over your heart, and I'll salute you back by gently waving in the breeze. And then I know you will remember. This glorious banner of our country is sacred to us. Look at it closely for a moment. Our flag represents all that we are and hope to be. In our flag, we see the white stripes symbolizing purity of purpose and our freedom of thoughts, expression, and worship. These are the privileges we guarantee to all who live in our land. These are the rights we defend against all enemies who seek to crush the American way of life we have to live. Also in our flag, we see the red stripes symbolizing courage, our willingness to die if necessary for the preservation of our American ideals. There's the Camp Blue field containing the 50 stars representing our states to hold intact for us all that is truly ours, the desire for peace, progress, and freedom throughout our nation. My friends, I wish you all to get your flag out and display it for your community, your neighbors, and your friends. And I hope you love your flag as much as I love mine. Thank you.
You're 85?
Yeah.
And did you drive here?
Yeah. The hospital told me last week it's time to think about giving it up. For the last 2 years, I've had 19 appointments down to VA in Columbus. Been to 11 different doctors, and I've been through everything they got: urology, neurology, cardiology, sound booth, you name it. We had stress tests, 3 CAT scans, 3 x-rays, and all of that, and not once did any one of them doctors say the word cancer. And New Year's Day, I had to go to the emergency room. And they put me in the hospital at Riverside, and 4 days later he said, well, you've got pancreas cancer, stage 4, and it's spread. You have it in your kidneys, your liver, and now it's migrated to the brain. And he said, they had me scheduled for chemotherapy, and he said, well, we're going to give you treatments, radiation in the head, see if we can stop what, or slow down what's working in your brain. And so after 10 treatments of that, and then he said, well, there's no use, unless you want to suffer a little, to take chemotherapy, because it's just going to make you miserable. And he said, what's up here is what's going to take you out. So, I have 1 son, 3 grandkids, and 1 great-grandkid. I've had a good life. I've had good people around me, and this whole community should really appreciate what the American Legion has done for them. There for about 9 years, we were doing 5 and 6 assemblies in different schools, local schools around here. And then I think it was, 99 or 2000, when the principal said they didn't have time, they had too much government paperwork, they didn't want us taking the classroom. When we go to the schools and do the flag program, I had a 27-minute history program of our flag, starting out with the flag in England back in 1200. And so we usually have 12, 15 people go to those assemblies and help us with the flags. I enjoyed every minute of it. I still see kids in their middle 20s to the 30 years old. I remember you're the flag man.
It's a family nobody wants to be a member of, but we are. Enjoyed sports, normal boy stuff, but he's always making people laugh. Very good sense of humor.
He was 18 when he joined. They had a recruiter at his school, And he came home and he said, Mom, I want to join the Navy. And I was hesitant about that. And so I went and talked to the recruiter. And I remember telling him, make sure you take care of my son. And he said, we will.
When Brendan told me he wanted to be a SEAL, I was happy for him because I knew it was something that he wanted to do and I wanted to be supportive. But at the same time, I was scared.
I think he wanted to be where the action is and out in the field and helping others.
Yeah, I think so. He loved to help people, and that's what he did.
He was excited. I mean, as soon as he received his trident, he was ready to go and deploy. I was ready for him to go because I felt that the sooner he got over there, the sooner he was going to be able to get back to me.
It really was hard on us because we went there, we took him to the ship and watched the cell off and saw a tear fall from his eye.
He deployed on March 9th, which is my birthday in 2010, but I'll never forget those few moments before we left that day. And we always had this thing where we never wanted to say goodbye to each other because that seemed very permanent and very final. We would always say, see you later.
Damaged in a terrorist attack in Yemen. American sailors were killed.
I went into work. I walked in and I looked at the television because it was on. It was saying breaking news, attack on the USS Cole. And so I went downstairs and I see two men getting out of the car. Both of them had uniforms. And I know from TV that when they come to your house, they're not coming to tell you good news. And that's when they told me, Mr. McDaniels, he said, I have to tell you that your son is dead. So that's how we found out. It's October 12th in the evening. Yeah, he had died.
So this would have been their 59th combat mission on that deployment to Afghanistan. And they had a really successful deployment. They were ready to pass off to another SEAL team that came in. And on that mission, he lost his life there in Afghanistan in that helicopter.
They were in a CH-46 and it was shot down. And all 7 perished.
I mean, it's very bittersweet because, of course, I would much prefer Brendan to be here today and every day going forward, but it also makes me very proud because I don't know many people out there that would be willing. I don't even know if I would be willing to go out there and put my life on the line.
It's tough, because you got your son buried out there, and then you see many others buried out there, when it's so many, and it's sad.
When we buried Manuel there, he was the last row, and then 10 years later now, there's like 15 more rows of graves that people have served and lost their lives.
I couldn't ask for a better son. He was really a good son. I mean, I can't think of anything bad I can say about him because there wasn't any.
We're proud of him and everything he did. He saved a lot of lives while he was here.
My perspective in life has really changed, and I value and appreciate people, and I appreciate the chance to just be able to experience life. And even though it's a different version of life, it's still something that I'm thankful for. And I know I have that chance because men like Brendan and men and women that serve in the military selflessly put their lives on the line each and every day so that I'm able to do that.
I'm glad he did what he did as far as serving, because that's what he wanted to do. Because I wouldn't want anyone else to go through what I went through and the other family members went through, because we went through a lot.
I don't want anybody to understand it, because I think in order for you to truly understand it, you have to experience it yourself. So I want them to just see Gold Star family members as strong and resilient and wanting nothing more but then to carry on their loved ones' legacy. We don't want them to be forgotten. We want them to stay alive in our memory and in the memory of generations well beyond our years.